Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Ascarati presiding. Please be seated for a moment.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any matters before the jury comes out? That's what I like to hear. Okay. Fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up, Lisa. All right. Just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions. Okay? All right. Okay. We're ready for the jury. Good morning. Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case, so I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business, number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering, number three, any injury to his or her reputation, and number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments. Yes, ma'am.
That work?
There you go. You got it. I think so. Good. No, you had it for a second.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see. Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name, but Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight severely injuring his finger and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him, because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad, it's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went
To avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working it out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves, on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
Or punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, "I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched." Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Ms. Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some of the best performances in the
No,
world.
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. Oh, Amber, I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I don't
What else
regret.
that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
Be
regret.
good.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to me when you
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece of
Bobby
shit.
Bear.
What? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid
want to
show.
know. I want
Get out of your Uber's
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man and go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Ms. Heard, the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Ms. Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his
بس
bed.
احنا مش متأكدين ممكن تكون دي آخر واحدة أو
Ms. Heard denies responsibility,
بس يعني
but
احتمال
she
كبير
admitted
نكون
to the
النهاردة
prank
آخر.
to Starling Jenkins. You heard
أنا
him
بقول لك
testify to that
لسه
effect.
يعني احتمال كبير النهاردة
For
تكون
almost a
آخر
month
ولكن
after
مش
that,
أكيد.
they didn't see each other.
تمام.
And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack.
طبعا في قناة تويتش.
She filed for divorce before
دي
Mr.
قناة
Depp could.
اتفضلوا في
Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of
يا
paparazzi
ريت.
with a mark on her
تعبنا
face.
بصراحة والله.
The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later. In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. After the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse. You saw it, and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. You that what she thinks about, she wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Over the entire course of their relationship, of evidence of abuse. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like. Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face. Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress. Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury. You heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave, it will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face. The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. for Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you...
Objection, Your Honor. That... Ms. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what you testified
It's
to.
exactly
we
what
just
you
discussed
testified.
that.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, And that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood, and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement. A movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim. And Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that they were, that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything. And she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter. And Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. and which
فمعناها إنه
Ms.
خلاص
Heard
قرب
published in
الحكم
December
يصدر.
2018,
بس فاحنا
2
متابعين.
years after she
وفعلا
first
النهارده
publicly
يوم
accused Mr.
24
Depp of being an
النهارده
abuser
أو
on May
المحاكمة
27,
طولت
2016.
احتمال كبير يبقى النهارده أو
The
بكرة
title
ما
of the
نعرفش.
op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and
طيب،
faced our
حاضر يا
culture's
سيدي.
wrath. That has to
ثواني.
change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote,
طيب كده انتوا سامعيني كويس؟ الصوت كده كويس؟ H1BV تويتش، ايوه النهارده احتمال كبير يكون اليوم الاخير في المحاكمة. نزل صوت. طيب انا نزلت الصوت اهو، انتوا كده سامعيني كويس؟ كده انت عسل، والله انت اللي عسل يا لوب. طيب بقول انه فعلا النهارده اليوم ال24، فهي كده المحاكمة طولت، وده بسبب الأدلة الكتير اللي موجودة عند الطرفين. ومدام المحامي بدأوا يتكلموا مع لجنة التحليف بشكل مباشر، فده معناه انه فعلا قرب الحكم يطلع، يعني خلاص الحكم النهاردة خلاص هيصدر. فكلنا بنتفرج ومحدش عنده معلومة اكيد، كلنا بنتفرج على المحاكمة وهنشوف ايه اللي هيحصل. واحنا زهقنا وتعبنا، اتمنى يعني نعمل ثورة كده ونقول لهم لازم تطلعوا الحكم النهاردة، وكده كفاية. واهلا بيكي واهلا بكل الموجودين في القناة.
To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet. She posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Unquote. Aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, This was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So we'd just like to ask
الله فعلا والله.
please to
طب
spend
هما
a few minutes with me going
ما
through
بيجوعوش. انا نفسي بجوع
Tom,
بعطش وانا
please
قاعد هنا
put
كده
up
وبتفرج
special
على
verdict
الكمبيوتر.
form so the jury can see it.
ما يونو مش عارف يعني الصوت خفيف. صوت مين اللي خفيف؟ صوت المحاكمة. هعليه دلوقتي.
Some of it's hard to read, so maybe
اتمنى كده الصوت يبقى
Tom
المحاكمة
might please
كويس.
blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Your Honor, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
الترجمة يا أستاذ إسماعيل بتنزل بعد ما الفيديو ما يكونش بث مباشر، لما بيكون هو فيديو متسجل.
And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question
هتحولها للغة العربية هينزلها لك، لكن في وقت الترجمة قصدي في وقت
were the statements about Mr.
هيكون
Depp?
الترجمة اللي هي فوق اللي انت
2 points
شايفها
here.
فوق هنا
1. When
بالإنجليزي
the
فوق. فأنت
ACLU
بتحاول
pitched
تترجمها
the
كده مع
op-ed
نفسك
to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this. They pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2. After the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no-notice ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp.
للأسف أنا ما
Let's
قدرتش
take
أتحصل
questions 2 and 3
على
next
ترجمة
if we
باللغة
can.
العربية، ولكن هو في ترجمة فوق بالإنجليزي كده تقدر تتفرج
Were
عليها.
each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016 clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence
اتش 1 متابعة
you
تويتش
all
انا
have
ما اعرفش
heard and
بصراحة
has come
هيبقى
forward in
امتى
this case
دلوقتي او بعدين او
shows
ساعة
that
او
those
ساعتين ما اعرفش
allegations
امتى
are
هينتهي،
false and
ولكن
despicably
احنا
false.
بنتابع كلنا ومحدش
Mr.
عنده
Depp did not
حاجة اكيد يقدر
physically
يقولها يعني.
abuse Ms.
كلنا
Heard.
بنتابع
He did
وهنشوف.
not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living them with them for 6 years, and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right, let's come back at 11:05. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
واخيرا هناخد استراحة ونرجع لكم تاني بعد ما تخلص البريك اللي هم هياخدوه ده. فنلتقي بعد قليل. الاستراحة مرافعة محامين جوني خلصت، ودلوقتي في استراحة وهيرجعوا كمان شوية عشان فريق امبر هو اللي يتكلم عن لجنة المحلفين. طيب عبد الله عزيز، وين الربع وين الرابعة؟ احنا موجودين اهو. خلصت المحكمة ولا ايش؟ لا لسه ما خلصتش، احنا في استراحة. عايز اي خلصت توكل على الله، امبر فازت. لا يا عم بيهزر يا عم. امبر لسه ما فازتش. عبد الله السمر يعطيك العافية. لا يا عم عبد الله انت صدقت ولا ايه؟ عبد الله السمر لسه احنا في بريك. عبد الله عزيز الرفيدي، في ترجمة؟ طيب للأسف ما فيش ترجمة غير بالإنجليزي لو انتوا سامعيني يعني. طيب أنا بس عايز أسأل، هو صوتي أنا واصل كويس ليكوا ولا في حاجة؟ طيب تمام كده ماشي. تمام كويس، أشكرك عبد الله. تتوقع منه يكسب الحكم؟ لا بلاش، عشان انا كلامي بيزعل البنات، يعني في بنات بيزعلوا مني يعني فاهم. انا ما اعرفش، ممكن بصراوي يا رب انه يكون اكو ترجمة. للاسف يا بصراوي والله الترجمة اللي موجودة بالانجليزي، يعني دبلجة كده كلام بالانجليزي كده من فوق، لكن اللغة العربية لسه ما تحصلتش عليها. ولكن احنا هنفهم يعني من مضمون الفيديو، هنفهم مين اللي فاز مين اللي خسر يعني كده، فاهم قصدي؟ بس نبغاك تترجم لنا هنا طيب، ولو الاشياء المهمة، وابشر بالدعم. حاضر والله بحاول، يعني اللي بيتابعني بيحاول. ليش راح نزعل؟ لا ما هو بص، هو انا رأيي احتمال جوني يعني 55% يكون هو الغلط، فاهم؟ فوق المتوسط ايه، فاهم حاجة؟ بس هو ده مش اكتر يعني. صوت الموسيقى اعلى من صوتك. اوكي طيب كده صوت الموسيقى نزل شوية كده، صوتي بقى كويس. صوتي كده مسموع تمام كده؟ لا كده حلو مرة كده، الصوت كويس. طيب تمام، طيب ممتاز، ماشي. انا رأيي انه بصي، هو دلوقتي الاعلام والميديا والجمهور والرأي العام بيضغط انه جوني هو اللي يفوز، فاهمني؟ ولكن تتوقع مين راح؟ ما انا بقول يا عبد لسه بتناقش معكم. كنانة تميم، اي انا مثلك احس جوني ديب ما راح يفوز او ينصفه القانون. انا بقول كده برضه، احس انه ما راح يفوز على كثر ما اللي يقولوا هو يفوز. ماشي، انا برضه عندي نفس الاحساس. نتمنى تفوز الاستاذ امبر. ده تحيز جنسي على فكرة، انت عشان رجل فامبر بقى مزغللة عينك، وجوني برضه بيزغلل عين البنات، ده طبيعي يعني فاهم. ولكن انا برضه عندي احساس انه جوني احتمال يخسر، مع ان انا بحبه جدا، والله بحب جوني جدا، بس مش معنى ان انا بحبه هشوفه لا يخطأ، لا ممكن يخطأ عادي جدا. شفت؟ ده انا بقول الناس قبل ما تفهم كلامي كويس اتاخد على محمل خطأ ان انت بتهاجم جوني على اساس انه هي امبر بنت بقى وانت بتحميها. لا، انا لا واقف مع ده ولا ده اصلا. ما في ادله مع امبر؟ لا في كتير جدا يا نايف. مين قال لك انه ما فيش؟ لا في كتير جدا. واكبر يعني في حاجه عايز اقول لك عليها. المحكمه بتشوف الموضوع من منظور منطقي عقلاني مجرد من العواطف. حلو. انما حياة امبر مع جوني كانت حياة زوجية، يعني زوج وزوجته، يعني واحد بيتدلع على مراته ومراته بتتدلع عليه. يعني موضوع يعني كان في ما بينهم عواطف، في ما بينهم رحمة، في ما بينهم ود. ده يخطأ في ده والتاني يتأسف له والدنيا تمشي وخلاص وانتهى الموضوع وانسترت يعني الحالة. لكن في المحكمة احنا بنشوف الحاجات الودية ان هي دليل عكسي على صاحب الدليل نفسه. يعني مثلا امبر بتقول لجوني ارجوك ارجع لبيتك ومش عايزاك تبقى المونستر او الوحش، انا عايزاك الراجل اللطيف اللي انا عارفاه. هنا ممكن يبقى دليل على امبر اصلا مش ليها، فاهم؟ ممكن المحامية بتاع كاميلا دي بتاعت جوني تقول انت بقى هو الراجل كان بيهرب منك، انت ست بتطفش الرجالة بالعامي المصري يعني، فاهم؟ طيب انا كده ان شاء الله هاخد رفت. ما يخسر. ما في ادلة مع امبر؟ لا في. محاميته قوية، خبيثة قصدك، ودليل قوي. اللي يخسر يعطي الثاني 50 مليون دولار. ممكن. لا امبر عندها ادلة، صح كده يا زو. ايموجي 100 مليون. اسمعك ماشي يا نايف. كيف امبر مظلومة خيانة هذه وفوقها شهرت فيه؟ شهرت فيه؟ ما شهرتش فيه ولا حاجة. ما اعتقدش انه في اشهار بيه. حتى الدليل اللي ماسكينها عليها ان هي بتقول يعني امبر طلعت في برنامج وقالت انا تعرضت لضرب وكده، هي ما قالتش حاجه غلط، وده مش تشهير. ده مش تشهير، دي واحده بتحكي قصتها، هي ما جابتش سيره جوني. تمام. الناس عرفت ان هو جوني لانه هي ما اتجوزتش غير جوني اصلا وضربها يعني، ده ذكاء من المشاهد من الجمهور مش منها هي يعني. ما علينا. بس يا حبيبي لا تنسى انه جوني جاب مكالمة وهي تعترف بتعنيفه. في نفس الوقت ده يا استاذ بصراوي قالت انه انا لما بتكلم مع جوني في مصطلحات وفي افكار متفق عليها مش لازم تكون واقعية. يعني مثلا جوني لما يكلم امبر بيقول لها يا سلم، تمام؟ امبر لما تكلم جوني بتقول لي يا اما انت رجلي يعني ماي مان او مونستر. يعني ماي مان ده اللي هو الرجل اللطيف الجميل الحنون الزوج الصالح النبيل، الصفات الإيجابية اللي في جوني. مونستر يعني أنت الراجل السكير المنحط اللي بتضربني اللي يعني حاجات مش حلوة. تمام، مش لازم نذكرها بس. حلو. وأنت بتقرأ اللهجة السعودية، أنا عندي أصحاب كتير من الرياض وجدة، وعندي أصحاب من الكويت، وعندي أصحاب من البحرين ومن قطر، وبعرف اللهجة التونسية والمغربية كمان. لو تبيني ندوي لك ليبي ندوي لك، ما عنديش اي مشاكل. انا كنت في بنغازي، عايش في بنغازي، كيف ما تبيني انا موجود يعني. المهم انا شاهد انه جوني ضرب امبر بالمشعاب مرة ضربها بالعجل ده لما كان عايش في الفيلا بتاعتكم ها ماشي. بس انه في كثير ادلة قالتها امبر واثبتوا فيها انها كذابة. لا مش كذابة يا زو، تحايل محامين، ده ذكاء محامين قضاة مش كذب. بصي المحامي لما يكون بيستجوب امبر ما تقدرش تدلي بشهادة، تقدر تدافع عن نفسها، تنكر، تقول correct or incorrect يعني صح او خطأ فقط، حتى ما يسمح لهاش ان هي تقول صح ليه، علل يعني، او غلط ليه. فهنا احنا كمشاهد بنفتكر انه هي اتثبت عليها، هي ما اتثبتش. لجنة التحليف بتفهم الموضوع ده كويس، بتفهم ان المستجوب يقدر يقول لا او مع او ضد ولكن لا يبرر. فاهم؟ احنا كمشاهدين بسيطين بنقول ده اتثبت عليها، او هي ما عرفتش ترد. لا هي مش كده. هي لما تكون هي اللي لما يكون محامي امبر بيستجوب جوني برضه ما يقدرش يقول غير او لا، مع او ضد، اوافق او لا اوافق، ما يقدرش حتى يبرر كتير، ما يقدرش يبرر اصلا. فهمتي حاجة؟ بس لا خسرت القضية، راح تخسر وجودها كامل، لا شهرة ولا جمهور، وفوقها راح تخسر فلوس، راح تدمر دمار شامل فعلا. عشان كده انا شايف انه مش صح انه ده يحصل في امبر، ومدى يصدر الحكم احتمال كبير النهارده. فالمهم انه انا شايف انه دي محاولة من جوني امبر، جوني امبر، ايه اللخبطة دي، من جوني ديب، ان هو يرجع ال$7 مليون اللي هو دفعهم في الاول، وهو مش قادر ينسى امبر وعايزة ترجع له. هو عايز يدمرها عشان ترجع له. ده اسلوب ذكوري احنا كرجالة فاهمينه كويس. الشايب الملحوس؟ لا، الشايب الملحوس قصدك الدكتور. اعتقد ما عندها 50 مليون. ما عندهاش 50 مليون. عبد الله مو صاحي. ايوه الراجل كان راحت عليه نومه وما جاش النهارده. ايموجي: مستحيل ما اتصور لو يريد يرجعها جان اكو 1000 طريقة، مو بهيج وضعية. لا، ما فيش غير الوضعية دي، ما فيش غير الوضعية دي، تصدقني. لانه مش عارف افسرها لك ازاي. لانه لو فكر يرجع لها بشكل رسمي امبر هتمسك عليه اللقطة وهتقول بصوا هو عارف ان هو خطأ ورجع لي. ما انا بقول لك جوني مش ملاك ولا امبر ملاك، هما الاتنين عندهم عقلية وهما الاتنين عندهم ذكاء، بيعرفوا كده يعني، فاهم؟ لا، ما كان حاب من قبل يتخلص منها، هي عقرب. هو كان حاب. لا يا صديقي، السوشياليت عايز اقول لك انه امبر هي اللي رفعت عليه يعني بالبلدي كده خلعة، زي ما احنا بنقولها في مصر، يعني خلعته من الاخر، مش هو. ليه ما نشوف صورة هيئة محلفين؟ عشان ما ينفعش، هم عندهم عصمة. نعم، الدكتور الموسوس يعني بص، الدكتور جوني موسوس، ودكتورة امبر بيقولوا عليها مجنونة، كلهم مجانين. ما عندها فلوس، دخان حالين قصدك الحين، قصدك الحين ما عندها. باقي دقيقة وترجع المحاكمة، أقل من دقيقة وتحكي. بالضبط، أنا متابعة، وأول ما تيجي هفك الفيديو ده على طول. بس هي ليش كانت تصور وتستغل الفرص؟ لأن هي خايفة. هي خايفة، هي أنثى، محدش هيحميها غير نفسها، لازم تفكر هي بنفسها. طيب ممكن سؤال، إيه بعد كم ساعة بتخلص المحكمة؟ الله أعلم، ما حدش يعرف، فاهم؟ ودي محكمة، ما حدش يعرف إمتى، كلنا بنتابع يعني، محدش عنده معلومة أكيد. إيه خلعته لأنه هو كان راح يطلقها؟ لا، مش راح يطلقها. ودي حتة خبث من امبر برضو. لما امه ماتت ب3 ايام هو انهار، ما عندوش قوة ذهنية ان هو يقاوم المشاكل اللي هو فيه. فتقدر تقول كده زي اي انثى بتختار الوقت الضعف لشريك مش حلو ليها، وبتطلب منه الانفصال او تبعد عنه او ايا كان. ده خبث من امبر برضو، عشان تفهموا ان انا مش واقف مع امبر. لا، هما الاتنين غلط، هما الاتنين فيهم حاجات مش حلوة. لا، مش متقصدة، لا، مفيش حاجة اسمها متقصدة، مفيش حاجة اسمها متقصدة. أنا وأنت متفقين إن الأنثى ممكن تشغل دماغها، إنه ممكن توقع جوزها أو حبيبها في الخطأ، معاكي، بس مش للدرجة دي يعني. على فكرة امبر كانت بتحبه، وكان في مذكرات ما بينهم، كانت هي بتحاول ترجعه عن طريق المخدرات اللي هو كان عايش فيه. زي أي زوجة شايفة زوجها مثلا رايح يشرب كوكايين، هتقول له مع السلامة يا حبيبي ربنا معاك؟ أكيد لأ، يعني كانت بتحاول ترجعه عن الطريق وكده. المهم، أنا دلوقتي بتابع أهو، وتقريبا هيدخلوا قاعة تاني، فأول ما تيجي حاجة زي كده على طول هقفل صوتي وأشغل صوت المحكمة يعني. متعاطين: هل المحكمة تقدر تغلط الاتنين أو تخلي الحكم ما يفوز فيه أحد؟ ممكن. تذكرون الدكتور النفسي حق امبر؟ دكتورة النفسية نذكرها، اللي بتقول كل الرجالة خاينين والكلام ده. ماشي، ما علينا. عدنا العرب بيضربها بشرشحها ما تعمل زي امبر، لانه احنا شعب ذكوري اكتر منهم، احنا ما عندناش عدل. لو هي راحت ترفع اي قضية هيتفوا في بقها، وده ان شاء الله قريب هينتهي. زوبي تعيط لك اهو. دي حتة انه الست العربية ما بتروحش تشتكي عشان حاجتين. الحاجة الاولى انه الست العربية ست يعني اصيلة، بتحاول تلم دور، تحتوي البيت، تحتوي المشاكل، الكلام ده تمام. والجزء ده الجزء الايجابي. الجزء السلبي ان هي حتى لو طهقت من حياتها وحبت ان هي تطلع، فكر فيها بعقلانية شوية. الست المطلقة احنا بنبص لها ازاي؟ احنا كمجتمع حتى لو ستات بيبصوا لها ازاي؟ مطلقة، وانت فاهم، مش لازم. فهي بتختار يا اما تسكت يا اما تفشخه بطريقة كده خبيثة. واحنا اللي خلينا الستات خبثة على فكرة، احنا الرجالة والشباب العرب، احنا اللي خلينا البنت العربية تبقى خبيثة وبتستخدم الخبث اللي عندها. شلون صورته وهو منتبه وهي ما، وكذلك يعني اكو هواي تصوير وهو اي تسجيلات صوتية ضد بعض. ما هي ما بقولك اهو، شفت انت قلت ايه يا عباس؟ كل واحد فيهم حب يشغل دماغه بخبث بشكل معين، عشان كده انا بقول مفيش حد فيهم ملاك، هما الاتنين فيهم اخطاء. ولما بقول كده البنات العرب بيزعلوا مني، انت واقف مع امبر عشان هي شعرها اصفر. لا يا ستي. انا شايف الموضوع من بره الصندوق، من بره حبي لجوني ومن بره حبي لامبر. احنا كعراقيين على عين وعراس العراقيين، انا تلت متابعين القناة عندي من العراق، يعني تحية كبيرة من مصر لاخواتنا في العراق. من يتعارك الزوج مع زوجته ما تيجي هيك فكرة على بالهم. ممكن ما انا لسه كنت بشرح ليه. لا تنسى تترجم لنا الاشياء المهمة بالحاضر. والله لو قدرت. على فكرة انا الانجليزي عندي داخل فيه 3 اطرة، يعني الانجليزي بتاعي واقف كده والقطر خبط فيه، فالانجليزي بتاعي فاشل اهو، بس هحاول. حاضر. القضاء عندنا متخلف. ما انا كنت بقول كلنا عندنا خلل نفسي، بس محدش بيصدقني حسب الشرع. ما علينا. ماشي. ايموجي ها زو ها. عبد الله السمر. ايوه، لا تنسى تقول الاشياء المهمه. عيني والله على قد ما اقدر، بس اعذروني لو قصرت، لاني انا فعلا الانجليزي بتاعي مش قوي. صدقوني الامريكيين مع البنات، فقصدوني امبر راح تفوز. فصدقوني امبر راح تفوز. احتمال. عباس عيسى صالح. يا رب يدوم الضحكة الجميلة دي، وإيموجي ربنا يدوم الضحكة الجميلة دي. أنا من شوية كنت زهقان من المحكمة، دلوقتي بقيت زهقان من الانتظار. MH هذه آخر جلسة. نتوقع أنه هي آخر جلسة، نتوقع، لأنه احتمال كبير. مفيش حاجة أكيد، بس يعني مدام المحاميين بدأوا يتكلموا أو يوجهوا الكلام بشكل مباشر عفوا، بدأوا يوجهوا الكلام بشكل مباشر للجنة التحليف، فده معناه احتمال كبير يا إما النهاردة يا إما بكرة بالكتير. يعني خلاص الموضوع قرب يعني، بس مفيش حاجة أكيد. ما تفوز جوني ديب راح يفوز. ما تفوز يعني يعني امبر احتمال وارد، ولو ده حصل انا مش هشد في شعري عادي. هو اكيد لجنة التحليف والمحاميين قصدي والقاضي يعني عارفين هم بيعملوا ايه. انت من وين يا باشا؟ من مصر. عبد الله عزيز الرفيدي. انا من درب الاحمر، من وسط البلد، اصلا من القاهرة، بس كنت عايش في ليبيا وعشت في الأردن. يعني بعرف اللغة الخليجية وبعرف اللغة الأمازيغية ما تقلقش يعني. ماشي. حتى لو فازت حياتها المهنية تدمرت، وعندها قضية في استراليا بتهمة الكذب لأنها دخلت كلبين بدون إذن. ما هي دي المشكلة، إنه الضرر طيب المحاكمة هتبدأ يا شباب. أنا هحاول إننا نسكت عشان تسمعوا المحاكمة.
Okay.
يلا.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, closing arguments. Mr. Rottenborg? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Rottenborg, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber and by extension to every victim.
طيب على فكرة بس حابب أقول ملحوظة. جوني ديب ما بيحبش المحامي ده نهائي. بيكره المحامي ده.
If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole
الموجي
legal team
دلوقتي
for the
المحامي
care
بتاع
and the diligence.
امبر بيقول إنه زي ما فريق جوني بيقول إنه امبر دمرت حياة جوني، وهو كمان من كلامه لما كان بيقول لها انت كدابة انت الكلام ده برضه دمر حياتها وبدلائل، بيحاول يدافع عن اللي يعني يرد الضربة يعني من الآخر، فاهم؟ هو مش عارف البث وقف ليه. ثواني هيشتغل تاني.
Talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element.
ايوه
There's a
جابتهم في
concept
شنط.
in the jury instructions that you really didn't
لا
hear
والله
from Mr.
المحامي
Depp's
ده
side
قوي
this
على
morning.
فكرة
But you've all
وبيتكلم
heard
كويس
it,
أحسن
I'm
من
sure outside the
المحامية
courtroom, which is
بتاعت
burden of
امبر
proof.
الكبيرة دي.
It is Mr. Depp's
بحس إنه
burden
المحامي ده
to
قوي شوية.
prove
حتى
each
جوني
and
بيكرهه.
every one of these elements.
والله بي اوكي
If he
لما كان
cannot,
بيتكلم قال له انت هتبقى كويس ان شاء الله بس اقعد
Mr.
ساكت كده يعني فاهم
wins.
جوني بيكره
If
المحامي
he
ده.
cannot prove each and every one of these elements,
طيب هو بكل
under the
بساطة
burden of
كده
proof
هو
that's
دلوقتي
applicable,
بيقول
Ms. Heard wins.
زي ما
There's two
ادعوا
different burdens
انه
of proof
امبر
that we'll get to.
شهرت
For all of
بجوني
them except
دلوقتي
number
بيجيب
7, the burden
يعني
of proof is
الصحيفة وبيجيب
greater weight of
حاجات
the
كده
evidence.
دلائل
So
انه
you
جوني
weigh
برضه
the
كان
evidence
بيشهر
and you
بيها
decide, has
يعني
Mr.
فاهم
Depp
قصدي؟
proven to you
ودي
the
خطوة
first
قوية
6
منه
elements.
فاحنا خلينا نتابع
The
بس.
seventh one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the three statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these three statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first two statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for
احمد
women who speak
احتمال
out.
كبير انه يكون النهارده اصدار الحكم.
Number two, I had the rare vantage point of seeing
احنا
in real
بنتمنى احنا
time how
زهقنا
institutions
اصلا
protect
لكن
men
الموضوع
accused of
صعب ما
abuse.
ينفعش كده وخلاص يعني بس هو احتمال كبير النهارده.
When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that,
لا
Ms.
مش
Heard talked
متسلف
about
منه
her
انا
own life
بحبه اصلا
experiences
فكوني ان
as
انا
someone
بتابعه
who had
انا القناه عندي
obtained
اصلا
TRO
قناه
against
تكنولوجيا
Mr. Depp.
وبشرح
Someone who had accused Mr.
برامج
Depp of domestic
وبشرح
violence.
للناس ازاي
Make
يعملوا
no
مونتاج
mistake, and
كده يعني.
Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow
كوني ان انا
suggesting
مرتبط
that 2
بالقضيه انا
years
ما بعملش
before she wrote
سكريبتات
this, that Ms. Heard
القناه
hadn't
اصلا يعني
had anything to
فانا
do with Mr.
متضرر
Depp.
يعني
We're
زي
not saying
حال
that.
كتير جدا
You heard
بيحبوا جوني
Ms. Heard herself
بس مش
say,
متسلف
"Of
منه ولا حاجه.
Before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is
هو لغايه
absolutely
دلوقتي
true as
جوني
well. We're going
كسبان
to take
النقطه
that
دي
separately.
وامبر هي اللي
She didn't write it.
خسرانه عشان نقطه تعاطف الناس والمنتجين.
Under the
عشان
First
كده انا
Amendment,
شايف
the
انه
statements have to be
المحكمه
false in order for
هتفاجئ
Mr. Depp to
الكل
win.
وهتطلع
Now,
امبر
plaintiff
كسبانه
addresses,
لان
like
هي
I said, an argument
لغايه
that we're
دلوقتي
not
امبر
making.
هي
As I said,
اللي
we're not running
خسران
from the fact that when
وجوني
she
هو
discussed
الكسبان.
becoming
يعني
a public
دلوقتي انا
figure
شايف لو
representing
جوني
domestic abuse,
خسر
Amber was
ال
speaking of her
100 مليون
experiences
اللي
reporting
امبر
domestic
رفعها
abuse
عليه
against Johnny Depp.
هو كسبان برضه.
She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the
فحط النقطة دي في
article or
الاعتبار.
the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his
والله يا
abuse,
توتو الله
about their
ما
relationship.
نعرفش.
None of that is in the article.
هنشوف
None
هنتفاجئ
of it.
هنتفاجئ.
We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea.
بالضبط يا توتو بالضبط.
The ACLU wrote the first
وأي
draft.
حد عاقل
Great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp
والناس
or Ms.
كرهتها في
Heard's
الشارع
relationship with him.
وكده حرام تدفع
That's
قاعدة
the
كله
only
50
evidence
مليون كمان
presented about Ms. Heard's
حتى لو هي
motive,
غلط.
except her
وزي ما
statements
قال عبد
that
الله
that
يعني
was
جوني
exactly
مش
what she wanted
مش
to do.
هينضرب
She
ويسكت.
wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny
فاحتمال
Depp. She
كبير
wanted
أمبر
to
هي اللي
own her
تفوز.
story
ده رأيي.
after Johnny
الله
Depp
أعلم.
and fit
ده
those
رأيي.
into
ده رأيي
what
الشخصي.
other women
الله أعلم صح ولا
experience,
غلط.
what other people
وهنشوف.
experience
إحنا
having
عارفين.
accused someone of
هنشوف.
domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. Few points here. Number one,
بس
this
سيب عبد
evidence
الله
is
العزيز
undisputed.
لان
There's no
لغايه
dispute
دلوقتي
about this.
عبد
So as
الله
you weigh the
بيتكلم
evidence,
كده وبيدافع عنها بس
you don't
بعقلانيه
have to check your
عشان
common
البنات
sense
ما تدخلش
and you can
تزعق
weigh circumstantial
فاهم
evidence,
فهو كده
you can weigh
ذكي
facts,
سيبه في حاله
but you
بقى.
can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she
ايوه كده بقى يطلع على حياتك بقى مش تقول يا عم اختها حلوه وبتاع تفهمنا كده رايك من الاول ماشي يا عم خلاص لو انت بتحب اختها مش بتحبها البنات مش هتزعل منك تمام
for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous and it's insulting and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, But it's not by Mr.
هي
Depp.
دي النقطة دلوقتي. زي ما
Mr.
جوني
Depp
كان
can't
بيقول
hold
هي
the
اللي
libel for
بتشهر
headline she didn't
فيا،
write that contained
دلوقتي
something that had
هيبدأ
nothing that
يكون
was
في
not about
لا
him.
في رد
And they
وفي
want you to
في
think that
دلائل
she
انه انت كمان يا جوني
republished
كنت
the
بتشهر
headline,
بامبر.
republished the headline by
فين
tweeting out
ترجمة
the link to the
انجل
online version. So let's
ستيشن؟
look at this.
بص انجل
This
هو
is the
الترجمة اللي
tweet
موجودة
that she sent
الإنجليزية،
on
وأنا
December
بحاول
19th.
كده يعني بحاول أنا الإنجليزي بتاعي مش حلو، بحاول
Says
أترجم كده واحدة
opinion
واحدة
Amber
الحاجات
Heard, I
المهمة
spoke
يعني.
up against sexual violence.
فاهم
That's
قصدي؟
the
لأنه
online version
ما
of the
قدرتش
article.
أتحصل على
As Ms. Heard
ترجمة
said, you can't attach,
خطية
you can't tweet
مكتوبة
a
كده
piece of
بالعربي.
paper. So when she
معلش.
wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience, and if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content.
بالظبط
But I guess
هو
it's
دلوقتي
no
بيتكلم عن
surprise
التغريدة
because this
يا
whole
توتو
case is about
وكده.
blaming Amber Heard
انجل
for
ترجم
things she
لنا
didn't do.
توباك سبنجكت. بص والله انا في الانجليزي يعني والله العظيم انا ميت في الانجليزي، بس احنا ايه بنحاول يعني، فلو قصرت
But
اعذرني.
that's what Mr. Depp does.
والله
It's
كسبنا
what he's
معاك
always
صاحب
done.
القناة.
Blame other
اشكرك
people.
اشكرك على راسي والله من فوق، شكرا، ده من ذوقك ومتابع اول شيء. نورت القناة، نورتني والله، واضح انه طيب وخلوق وهنستمر معاه. اشكرك والله، ده من ذوقك، من ذوقك والله، شكرا يا عبد الله.
They're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that.
كل
He talked
كلامها
about
كان
his
كلام
childhood.
عام، ما كانش موجه
As they
لجوني
referenced, his
بالاسم.
mother called him
تمام؟
one-eyed because he had a
ونفس
lazy eye.
النقطة
And he said that
كان
that was
جوني
worse than the
بيعملها،
beatings that he
كان
took.
بيشهر
Worse than the beatings.
من غير ما يذكر اسم
Being called
امبر.
one-eyed by his mother
فما
was
فيش
worse
حاجة
than
اسمها
the beatings
دليل،
that he took.
مفيش الكلام ده.
And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself,
لا هو مش هلا صار، هو هي امبر رفعت القضية على هذا الأساس من الأول.
Absolutely not.
مش هلا صار.
You'll remember his expert Shannon Curry agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. punching a wall, throwing
الصوت
something.
شكله كده مش واضح. طب انا كده نزلت انا صوت الترجمة صوت الفيديو. انتوا كده سامعيني كويس؟ الصوت واصل كويس كده؟
Constitute the domestic violence that Miss Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship
ما في ترجمة. لازم تحرجونا يعني. بصوا انا في الانجليزي مش قوي، بس انا بحاول على قد ما اقدر اترجم يعني، بس ترجمة خطية كده مكتوبة ما قدرتش اتحصل عليها. الترجمة المكتوبة اللي قدرت اتحصل عليها اللي هي بالانجليزي زي ما هو واضح في اعلى الفيديو كده من فوق كده. واصل او واصل ايه بالظبط؟ انا كنت بقول ايه اساسا؟ انا نسيت. حاضر والله قدرت احاول على قد ما اقدر، لو قدرت بحاول على قد ما اقدر.
Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be. And that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen. One time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins.
دلوقتي زو ان هو بيحاول يرد على اتهامات فريق جوني ان هي كمان برضو هي برضو تضررت من ادعاءات جوني ليها الغير مباشرة برضو والكلام ده يعني. كم ساعة جلسة ما نعرفش، بس تقريبا ساعة ونص حاجة زي كده. انفاسك مزعجة ترى بعد من ايه ترى بطلع من البث سلطان. اعمل ايه؟ طب كده انت كده صوتي كويس؟ طيب هو انا مش انفاس، دي المروحة حضرتك لانه الجو حر، بس يعني هحاول طب اقول لكم على حاجة، ثواني هغير المايك عشان الناس ما تزعلش. ولكن يا سلطان حابب اقول لك ان انت لو حابب تخرج او تطلع دي حرية شخصية ليك انت. انا بحاول ارضيكوا، ولكن ما اقدرش اجبرك ان انت تقعد في البث بتاعي يعني. اوكي، ولكن من حقك ان انا احترمك واغير المايك. خليك معايا ثواني.
That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. She's going to get it. He says, I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship, but you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good.
طيب يا شباب، انا غيرت المايك ومش عارف هل الجودة كده كويسة ولا ارجع للمايك اللي قبله احسن. طيب انا غيرت المايك كده. الصوت كده تمام؟ ماشي، لو الصوت كده احسن خلاص هخليه. كنت بتقولي انا كنت بعيد عن الكمبيوتر. بلا سلطان انفاسك ماشي، ما في انفاس ولا شيء يطلع من البث. ايه يا شباب نهدى شوية. في بالعكس ما في شيء.
شفتوا جوني عمال يشتم وهو بيتعصب. خلينا نسمع بقى التسجيل ثواني بس قبل ما اقرا التعليقات.
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. She made it up.
دلوقتي هو بيحاول يعرف الناس يعني ايه مانستر، يعني امبر. مانستر امبر لما بتدعوه مانستر يعني الجزء السيء فيه، الجزء المنفعل اللي ممكن يضربها يعني. ده محامي مين؟ ده محامي امبر، ده اللي بيدافع عن امبر وبيتكلم يعني، فاهم؟ مش نرجع للشات تاني. ترجم لنا وفكك من الشات والنبي. حاضر يا ميدو بحاول. ما في اصوات، لا تغير المايك برنس. اديني غيرته لو تمام تمام. ما في اي، بالعكس خليه يطلع حتى اسلوبه. خلينا حلوين يا شباب، احنا كلنا زي الفل، مش محتاجين يعني، مش ناقصه، الدنيا مش مستاهله. مين اللي هيفوز يا جدعان؟ فتحي ما نعرفش والله. فتحي سلطان مش عارفين، احنا بنتابع وهنشوف، لسه ما صدرش الحكم. سلطان شوية احترام. ماشي، شكرا لذوقك. ماشي يا سلطان، العفو. ده محامي امبر. ايوه يا ميدو. دب، لا ده مش محامي دب. ترى بجد ما في اي ازعاج، لا تغيره. اديني غيرته مش مشكلة. طيب اهدر علينا هالمحامي، الله يهدر عليه. والله كلها كويسة. طيب تمام، شكرا جدا على اسلوبك الجميل. متشكر يا سلطان. كلها كويسة. ده محامي مين يا جدعان يا جماعة؟ محامي امبر. سلطان جيب لنا خطك تترجم. لا 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 بليز. وبعدين يا شباب بلاش الكلام ده يا شباب، ملهاش اي لازمه والله، الدنيا مش مستاهله. امبر محامي التعبانه. عفوا، مش بقول لكم البنات زعلانه قوي منها. شوكت شوكت يخلص حجي. قرب يخلص يا مرة، قرب.
He says need to discuss the news helicopters, the monster. I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that.
دي بقى الرسائل اللي محامية جوني كانت بتخفيها.
Let's see the monster.
نسمع كده.
Let's see the monster in the flesh.
ده التسجيل لما بيكون متعصب. ده امبري بتسجل لجوني ديب فيديو وهو متعصب وبيكسر وبيخبط. بص 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 عمال يكسر. دي نوبات لما بيكون بياخد مخدرات والكلام ده. بص بص بيكسر وحالته حاله. بص تك. فهمتوا؟ بيكسر وبص ماسك الازازه ازاي. I don't يقول لا.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy. Have you drunk this whole thing this morning? Oh, you got this going? You got this going? I just started it. Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me? No.
هو كان بيضربها وبيعمل كل حاجة يعني. اهو باين بالظبط، ده دليل قوي جدا.
You see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks.
بص جوني بيبص للمحامي ازاي، مش بقول لكم
But it's
بيكرهه.
not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this
فهمتوا؟
man.
ده سبب اللخبطة في الدراجز والحاجات دي، المخدرات يعني.
Deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse.
لا انا فيديو اديتنج على فكرة.
And you don't have
الفيديو ده ما فيهوش اي تعديلات.
to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the
الفيديو ده صعب يتعمل فيه تعديلات. انا فيديو اديتنج اصلا يعني. طيب مقطع المطبخ، ما في شيء يعني بعض الناس يعبر عن غضب ويصفق باب او يرمي شيء، اهم شيء ما يلحق ضرر باحد. وهنا ما ضربها، حتى هي ما كانت خايفة، بالعكس مبسوطة انها وقفت له شيء. لا مش مهم، مش كده. بص هي القضية كلها بتحكي انه هو مزاجي. يعني ايه مزاجي؟ يعني لما بيشرب مخدرات ممكن يبقى عنيف، لان هو بيبقى مش في وعيه. هي دي القضية اصلا، تمام؟ فدي بتثبت ان لحظة من لحظات انفعالاته كده يعني، فاهم؟ وهو قال لك انا عملت كده، والفيديو ده حقيقي. قطعت اصبعه وجات على الفيديو ده قطعت ما ايش دراك بقى ان هي اللي قطعت اصبعه؟ ما ممكن يكون هو بيكسر كده، هو اللي قطع نفسه وتبلى عليها، ما عملهاش حاجة في الفيديو. بس ممكن يعملها حاجات تانية في اوقات تانية ورا الفيديو ده، بعيدا عن الفيديو ده. متى يخلص الكلام؟ نريد نعرف نتيجة القضية، كلنا عايزين والله. كسر خاطره. فعلا هو ما في ضرب، بس انه واضح عصبيته بالظبط كده. الرجال مؤجر دورت. وقام يخابط بالمطبخ. مش مؤجر، دي بتاعته. ما في دليل ترى على قطع اصبعه. الاصبع ايوه صح. تعالوا انتوا. اي والله مسكين القاضي والله. المهم جوني يفوز. شفته؟ هو ده كلامي. ممكن يا سلطان. المحاكمة دي نهايتها امتى يا شباب؟ احنا كلنا بنصلي عشان تخلص المحاكمة دي، ما حدش عارف. دي صورة تانية هي ولا مش عارف، ده اللي تالت. بص كده، المحامي ده قوي على فكرة. والله لو ظالم ربنا يحاسبه. والله يا مرة كان الفيلم خلص مش عارف. لا هو في الفيديو نفسه كان بيسكب لنفسه الويسكي او ايا كان الخمرة اللي في ايده، يعني هو كده طبيعي. ده معناه ان هو لسه، هو كان شاهد ان هو لسه صاحي من النوم وبيشرب ويسكي ومتعصب. ده معناه انه ده حالات، يعني حالات غضب مستمرة مش طبيعية، مش ظرف كده طبيعي. دي صور بتصور جوني ديب ان هو بينام في مكانه، تمام، من قوة المخدرات عليه. وده دليل صعب. الله ايه اللي حصل؟ ثواني يا شباب وهنرجع تاني. ايه اللي حصل ده؟ ثواني يا شباب هرجع تاني.
After a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog.
النت فصل ورجع تاني بسرعة. طيب والله امبر كاشخة اليوم، واضح انها ضامنة القضية. عندها دلائل، جابت دلائل تاني. شباب ينحازوا للبنت لانها كيوت. لا يا مروه. والله انا قلت الكلام ده، قلت ان الناس هتفتكر كده. انا لا واقف مع امبر ولا واقف مع جوني. امبر عندها دلائل قويه وجوني عنده دلائل قويه، واللي انا بقوله ان هما الاتنين عندهم مساوئ، بس مين المساوئ بتاعته اكتر؟ هي دي النقطه. اكنه الجزء الاخير من المسلسل حرب العروش. لا يغرك المظهر، لا يغرني المظهر. لا والله، وجوني على فكره امور ومظهره حلو، يعني البنات بتحبه برضه عشان شكله حلو برضه يعني. طيب هي مدمنه مثله؟ لا هي مش مدمنه، وتتعاطى يعني اذا هو مزاجي؟ لا هي مش زيه. واكيد هي كمان عندنا، لا مش هي مش زيه. راح تلقم ونشوف، هنشوف هتلقم، هو اللي هيلقم. الله يلا هنشوف.
She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's not.
هل حل القضية يصلح وهي تدور المشاكل؟ مش عارف. هي غلاوية جامدة جامد، هي غلاوية. ما علينا. المشكلة جوني ما عندنا أي شخص اشتكوا عليه وهي تضرب الكل. ممكن هي عشان عندها قضية ضرب قبل كده فده مقوي موقف جوني. هي كان عندها حبيبة بنت يعني ألوان وش نتمنى منها. ما علينا. ماشي يمكن.
Said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures, you'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp was face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news.
عبد الله لا الشهاده الحق. عبد الله بيحب اخت امبر، مش امبر نفسها. الراجل واضح وصريح. بعدين مروه ما بتتكتبش بالتاء المربوطه، بتتكتب بالالف المكسوره او الالف المكسوره. ما علينا.
Remember, he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh yes, I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here who are hearing.
بصوا هنا المفروض انه هنا بتقول له ستوب درينك، ستوب كوكي يعني كوكايين، ستوب بليز. ودي الرسائل اللي كاميليا ما كانتش بتظهرها. هي كانت بتقول لها انت كنتي بتحاولي تضغطي على جوني عشان هو كان بيهرب منك. لا هي كانت بتقول له ما تشربش مخدرات ارجوك، ارجع عن اللي انت فيه، ما تشربش كوكايين، ما تشربش مخدرات، ما تشربش ارجوك كده يعني. بص يا شباب، لا تتكتب بالتاء المربوطة، هتبقى مروت يا مروة، هتبقى مروت. تمام، حتى مش مروة بالهاء، لا التاء المربوطة تتنطق تاء. عشان كده لفظ الجلالة اسمه الله وليس اللات. ما علينا. عموما انت نورتينا مرة بعيدا عن اسمك. يعني ما علينا.
what he has a motive to say on the stand or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events. Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of
ما
course,
تلفظ.
but this was the right thing to do
ماشي
to
ماشي
speed up the process.
عندك حق ماشي.
But then there were these days. Then there were times like this.
طيب يا شباب انا مش هعرف اقرا كل الرسائل، هحاول ان انا اترجم اللي بيحصل في الفيديو. تمام.
You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, "Is that about last Friday night by any chance?" And Mr. Depp responds, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" He testified on the stand, "I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did." And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she
دي صورة بتصور نفسها ان هو الضربة بتاعة جوني باينة على ايدها يعني، وممكن تكون هي اصلا بعت الصورة دي ليه هو اصلا عشان تهديه ما يشربش كده يعني.
So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been
ضاربها يا سعود.
And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say
هي بعت الصورة دي لأمها مش ل.
text the mom.
ثانية بس أنا إيه الترجمة بقت تحت، ثانية بس أطلعها فوق. أيوة كده أنتوا شايفين الترجمة صح؟ لا بقول لك إيه يا زو، أنت مع جوني ديب، فإحنا دلوقتي بنتقفى الحقائق مش مع حد. شوف بص كل البنات دلوقتي تقول لك لا هي اللي ضربة نفسها. بص عشان بس أكد لكم إنه كلامي صح. بتموتوا أنتوا في جوني ديب، أنا فاهم، أنا عارف أنا.
said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, and no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her.
واو TRF أنا برضو حاسس كده والله. هنشوف.
And you heard this Morgan Knight person.
عملت على يعني أنتوا يعني أنتوا من كتر ما أنتوا فننتوا في الوش هتسيبوا الوش وهتعملوا مكياج على الإيد. يعني ممكن الله أعلم. يمكن.
One of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media, and you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he's smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills,
ممكن يا إمج ممكن.
booze,
وارد.
my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
في حد تليفونه بيرن.
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember, the testimony.
أحمد متى الحكم؟ ما نعرفش الحكم إمتى.
On the island in the Bahamas in 2013.
إيه
When
ده؟
Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and
ايه الصوت ده؟
daughter started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment."
fucking kill you.
That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened?
استنى اشوف هي فين اصلا.
Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking and just.
هو هنا كده بيهددها بالقتل بشكل مباشر، فده دليل قوي عليه، على جوني يعني. انا بحاول ادور على الكلمة مكتوبة فين مش لاقيها، بس هو قالها، المحامي قالها. شايف موقف مين اقوى؟ هما الاتنين موقفهم صعب، ولكن لما تيجي تفكر بعقل شوية، امبر يعني 55% هتفوز، يعني فاهم؟ اعلى من المنتصف بحاجة بسيطة مش اكتر. ممكن تكون توقعاتي غلط، وارد.
Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than one ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp.
ده من البث مش مني انا، هو اللي انا المصدر اللي انا ببث منه حصل فيه الكلاتش الاول ايا كان. طيب اذا ضاربها اقل شيء تبلغ عليها وتسوي له محضر بالشرطة، اذا حتى الشرطيات يوم يشهدوا قالوا ما شفنا فيه شيء، صدقني هي مفترية بالمصري. ايوه هي ست مفترية. والله يا كنانة هنشوف، ما نعرفش. البث واقف من عندهم، من المصدر مش من عندي، معرفش ليه. طب ثانية كده اشوف حاجة وهرجع لكم، هجرب بس حاجة كده ثواني. لا هو كده مصدر البث نفسه فيه مشكلة. رجع تاني. انا مش عارف ليه الصوت عامل كده، حتى الترجمة مش طالعة. ده من البث مش من عندنا. طب ثواني. ده هو دلوقتي بيعمل تسجيل صوتي لجوني ان هو ده تسجيل صوتي لجوني بيستهبل. بصوا الصوت رجع تاني. الصوت ده كان هو شارب وخمران وطلع عينه يعني. صح كده؟ بس رجع الجوني. ممكن يكون ده تشويش عشان جوني ديب ما ينفضحش اكتر، لانه التسجيل ده كان شكله كده السطلانة طلع عليه اوعى بقى والكلام ده. محامية طلعت وخلصت الإدلاء بتاعها، وجاي دلوقتي وقت محامين امبر.
half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near.
بص
I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love.
بص
For a
بتتكلم
little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine.
امبر بتتكلم على اللحظات ان هي كانت تعبانة ومش قادرة تكمل وكده يعني، وان هو كان بيضربها وكده يعني.
You don't have to look at just that.
المشكلة انه البنات اللي بتدافع عن جوني ما تعرفش ان هي رفعت عليه قضية اصلا.
When I was in NYC,
ما
there were
علينا.
brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard.
انا بقول المحامي ده قوي
Where
جدا،
he says once again, I find
وفي الاخر المحامي ده كملي هتحبه وهينفضوا له جوني وامبر وهيمشوا مع بعض.
well, no wonder. Of course he doesn't know what happened, but I will never
عفوا.
do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial.
محامية ديب كانت بتحاول تثبت انه امبر هي اللي كانت بتشهر بجوني بس مش اكتر، والمحامي ده دلوقتي بينفي وبيحاول يأكد موقف امبر يعني.
Lead up to Australia, but before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway.
وعيون الشوق ده محامي امبر
And he did
بيدافع عن امبر.
And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
كارم
They'll say it's a joke.
اي ساعة الحكم ما حدش يعرف، ما حدش يعرف امتى بالظبط. ثواني بس اظبط المايك ثواني.
To see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from
ثواني يا شباب بس بظبط المايك، معلش لو تسمعوا دوشة ثواني بس.
are in the days leading up to this. Where
طيب
he's on a
انتوا كده سامعيني كويس تقريبا صح؟
bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting
طيب
drugs from
يا جماعة انتوا تسالخ
There's a reason you didn't hear them
مش فاهم يعني.
testify in this trial.
طيب متى اصدار الحكم؟ ما حدش يعرف، ما حدش يعرف يا عيون الشوق، ما حدش يعرف.
And then the one in the
احنا
bottom,
بنتابع اهو.
remember you've seen a couple times. This is after
طيب ترجم، ما بحاول والله، انا في الانجليزي مش قوي بس بحاول.
So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney, you heard from her, when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup.
هحاول ان انا اترجم ثواني خليكم معايا.
Against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another and I could feel glass breaking behind me and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone.
ثواني.
It's deception.
بحاول ان انا اترجم، يعني بحاول على قد ما
And
اقدر،
then you heard
بس لو ترجمت حاجة غلط يا شباب اعذروني. تمام.
she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before before she went to bed that night.
عشان اركز في الترجمة يا شباب يعني مش هعرف اقرا التعليقات.
And I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken.
كل الكلام دلوقتي ان هو بيثبت ان هي كانت بتحاول تخليه ما يشربش الخمور عشان ما تسقش الامور اكتر والكلام ده يعني. ماشي.
Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote Call Carly Simon. She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his
بيتكلم عن تكسير الاشياء والكلام ده اللي كان بيحصل من جوني.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling.
اتكلم عن حاجات كده مش لازم نقولها يعني.
His desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actors."
بيقول ان هو بيغير وبيحب يسيطر على امبر لما كانت عنده يعني.
He tells her in this recording.
ما كانش بيحبها تتصرف كويس في 2013 التصرفات العادية وقال وسكت بقى مش ما قالش حاجة. ده تسجيل صوتي نسمعه بقى. بص بص ده تسجيل صوتي معناه ان هو كان بيقول لها انا بتجنن لما بشوفك بتشتغلي او حاجه زي كده في افلام يعني. ودي دلائل قويه برضو. ايوه بالظبط كده. عايز اقول لك يا محمد انه في بنات هنا بيتفرجوا معانا فمش كل حاجه نقدر نقولها.
And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat which do not include injury. No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day, that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they are the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Deuters. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper.
بيتكلم اهو انه التسجيل اعترف ان هو اللي قطع ايده مش هي. بيقول الدكتور كيبر. بيقول بص بيقول انا جوني كان بيقول لكيبر جوني نفسه بيقول لامبر انا النهارده قطعت صباعي.
23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that.
ده اعتراف جوني نفسه يا
He gets what they call
اسمك مش
soft
عارف
tissue,
اقراه
which
اصلا.
you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face.
بيتكلم عن موقعة السلم.
And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had.
بيتكلم ان هو جوني كان بيلحق امبر.
Miss Heard doesn't deny that.
لكمة مربعة في الوجه.
She's the abuser.
بص جوني بيبص له ازاي مقهور منه فشخ.
Herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim
بيقول ان هي عشان ما ماتتش ده مش دليل ان هو ما ضربهاش.
a hurt finger. Yet he could have done
بيحاول يقول انه جوني بيكذب او يقول انه امبر بتضربه.
I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have.
ضرب هذا على ما افعله لإعادة الترتيب.
They claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells.
تدمير ممتلكات.
You don't know if you set them off.
لما يضربها بيقولوا انه ما ضربهاش. بعتذر يا شباب عن ان انا مش عارف اقرا شت لان انا مركز في الترجمه فاعذروني.
But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error.
بيقولوا انه جوني بيكذب لما بيقول انا مش عارف اوصف الكيفيه.
She thought he could change for good, and when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times.
هي بتفتكر كل حاجه هو ما بيفتكرش بيقول كده يعني.
Saying he really want to go again, tough guy. And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose. And pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed.
فهمت؟ هي بتفتكر كل حاجه وهو لا.
And she said, this is when I
بص مضروبه في مناخيرها وراسها يعني.
and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind.
بيقول مش عارف.
These are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye.
يزعمون انه لا يعرف ما اذا كانوا يدعوا ان رسمت عليه. بيقولوا ان هي مكياج او لا.
If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really
مرة أخرى فإن نظرت
she took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her.
بيقولوا ازاي عايزين تصور حادث وهي اصلا بتدافع عن نفسها. مش هتقدر تمسك الكاميرا في ايديها وهي بتدافع عن نفسها يعني.
Appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you to get away to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been. She would have to be
دي صورة تانية.
dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before.
بيقول لك فين الإصابة.
But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
بس مش هيبقى عندها وقت تدافع عن نفسها لو هتصور. لا أنا ما صورش. لا دي مش سكينة يا محمد. ما فيش حد يقدر يثبت إنه دي سكينة أو لا.
I'm sending it to you now, and he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at the X58. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas.
أنا بصراحة مش قادر أترجم. أو الترجمة صعبة علي. أنا ما بعرفش أترجم أصلا. فمعلش اعذروني.
On that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. Every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because
يتكلموا في حاجات كتير مش مهمة. لا حكوا إنها سكينة دي كاميليا أو كامل ولا مش عارف أين كان. هم بيدعوا إن هي سكينة وأمبر بتقول لا أنا ما أعرفش هي سكينة ولا لا. ما أعرفش إيه ده أصلا مش فاكراه. وده دليل على الصدق إن هي مش عارفة بتقول أنا مش عارفة. مروة الناصرية. مروة الناصرية. Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party. ممكن تكون هي دي النهاية يا إسراء. ممكن دلوقتي يصدر الحكم، ممكن يوم الثلاث. مفيش حاجة أكيد، محدش يقدر يقول حاجة أكيد.
Pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse and sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he
والله أنا نفسي عايز أقوم والله أجي أعمل أي حاجة أكلها.
On the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016.
مستفزة شكلها امبر بالعكس عادية مش ولا مستفزة ولا حاجة ولا كاميلا مستفزة ولا حاجة. بيعرضوا صور امبر وهي متضررة. بص بص الضرب ده. في مكياج يقدر يعمل الضربات دي كده الخبطات دي. يعني تعال نبص كده للصورة ونشوف الضربات. بص جوني كسر الصور دي في البيت. مكياج والله يا ام اتش. انت ولد ولا بنت؟ انا ام اتش كده حاسس ان انت ولد. انت ايش دراك بالمكياج ده؟
to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse.
ممكن هي تكسرها، ممكن، وارد.
The night that it happened.
بص الضرب ده، بص جسمها، بص جسمها، جسمها في وقت من الأوقات كان جسمها معضم من التعب النفسي.
Terribly disturbing text.
يعني خلينا نفكر بواقعية. جوني ديب بيقول أنا كنت بنضرب، طب كان باين على وشك الضعف إن أنت ما بتاكلش وكده؟ لأ. أنت متحيز لمين؟ أنا مش متحيز، أنا بشغل دماغي، مش متحيز. يعني من الآخر أنا ما بستخدمش عواطفي. أنا بحب جوني على فكرة، ما كنتش أعرف مين هي امبر أصلا، بس لما تبص للقضية لأ، في دلائل.
Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't.
مالك متحيز لامبر؟ ممكن أعرف السبب. سليمة لا. بصي ما دام انت قلت كده يبقى انت بنت. انا ما استغربت لما ولد قال كده انت متحيز لمين؟ محمد. لكن بنت طبيعي انت تقولي انت متحيز لامبر لانك انت بتحبي جوني، تدافع عن امبر. سيبك منها، دافع عن امبر. بصي للصورة اللي كان جسمها رفيع قوي، هي مريضة نفسيا برضو. ماشي، المرض النفسي ده جاي منين؟ ما من الواقع الصعب اللي هي عايشة فيه. شواكة تخلص الجلسة، ما اعرفش والله يا ضمان. طلقها يا جوني وخليها ترجع طقم الحلل. والمراوح اكسب ريح بالك. والله يا نار. طلع هجس يا ولا. ممكن. اعذروني مش عارف اقرا كل الرسائل. عبد الله السمر بالعكس دماغك طافي عشان بدافع على امبر يعني فبقى ولد بقى وبيتحيز لانثى. لا مش صح الكلام ده. انا ببص للدلائل. امبر ممكن تكون غلط، وارد، بس الدلائل. كان حفلت كلامك خالص، كان هتلف كلامك يا عم. انا لو اعطيك مقطع فيديو لامبر كان هتلف كلامك خالص. يمكن. طيب ما تقول محمد ديب ليها حق الرد ولا لا؟ لا. ميدو جمال. في جلستين. الجلسة دي فيها جزئين، جزء محامين ديب بيتكلموا وجزء محامين امبر هم اللي بيتكلموا. فهمت كده يعني؟ جوني هيكسب القضية غصب عن تحليلاتك الماشي. ماشي يكسب او يخسر، اوكي. لجنة التحليف عارفة شغلها اكتر مني، هي دي شغلانتها. ده اجتهاد شخصي مني، ممكن يطلع صح وممكن يطلع غلط. هيختلف رأيي، هيختلف، وارد. امبر كانت مخطط من الاول، ممكن. طيب الخيانة واضحة، ليه باقي يلفون ويدورون؟ خيانة ايه بالظبط؟ خيانة ايه؟ ما انا ممكن اصورك ان في اسانسير عمارة واحدة ست رقاصة واقول ان انت رايح تطلع فوق حاجة وحشة، بس انت ممكن تكون راجل طالع لحاجة تانية خالص ومش طالع للرقاصة دي. برضو يعني انت مصدق ان هي مش حرباية؟ ممكن. الكومنت هدوا شوية. انا مش عايز حد بس تكرهني عشان بقول الحق بس. خانته مع ايلون ماسك وجيمس، في دلائل، في فيديو، في اعترافات؟ مفيش. يبقى ادعاءات. ما دام ادعاءات يبقى مش ادله يا صديقي. الله، وانا رأيي مهم. انا مش قاضي يا باشا، انا شخص بيتفرج على القضية زي حضرتك بالظبط وبيحلل، يعني بيشغل دماغه. لكن انا مش متأكد 100% فقط يا الاساف. انا اسف مش عارف انطق اسمك كويس.
Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no
في المصعد كانت حاطة راسها على اللي يا صديقتي يا سليمة كاميليا هنا في جوه في حضر المحامين بتحضن جوني وبتبوسه، مش حاطة راسها على كتفه. الكلام ده عندهم عادي مش دليل. انت عارفة انه المحامي دلوقتي اللي بيدافع عن امبر ممكن يحضن كاميليا اللي هي بتدافع عن جوني عادي، قشطة يعني، الحياة حلوة، مش زينا هنا معقدين هم يعني. ليش طلع مع الرقاصة؟ لانه هو الاسانسير مش ملك لابوه، يقول للرقاصة انزلي وانا اطلع لوحدي او كده. الاسانسير ده للجميع، زي الاتوبيس اللي حضرتك بتركبيه مع 100 راجل. انت راكبه مع 100 راجل ليه؟ عشان رايحه شغلك او رايحه مشوارك. لو حد مريض شايف الموضوع من بره ان حضرتك راكبه مع حد راجل في اتوبيس ده عيب، فهو اللي مريض مش انت اللي غلطانه. احنا مش معقدين، احنا مسلمين، ما لهاش دعوه باسلام ومسيحيه ويهوديه. العرب عندنا هنا احنا بنشوف يعني حاجات معينه كده هي حاجات عاديه، بس احنا بنشوفها اوه خيانه اوه ده. بعدين عايز اقول لك حاجه، احنا مسلمين كعرب هنا احنا عندنا اكتر نسب الاغتصاب والتحرش. ما تتكلميش، ده الواقع يعني، مش معنى كده انه احنا وحشين، ولكن افكارنا القديمه اللي احنا مش عايزين نتخلى عنها. مش بتكلم على الاسلام، بتكلم على العرف العربي، مش كله صح 100%. يا مروه بص، سليمة بقى ومروة بقى هيطلعوا الشيطان اللي جوايا على اساس انه انا شيطان دلوقتي بقى وهم ملائكة، عشان بس بقول كلمة الحق على امبر وجوني يعني فقشطة يعني، ده طبيعي احسن.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us and we appreciate you listening.
قول عادي، ما تبقاش متحيز يا حبيبي. انا من الاول بقول انه امبر هيرد 55% عندها حق وجوني 45% عنده حق. انا مش متحيز يا صديقي العزيز. وبعدين انا لو متحيز فلا ده لشخصي انا، وانا بشارككم الحديث عادي. يعني انت دلوقتي بتقول مثلا جوني ديب اكيد 1,000,000% ملاك وهي شيطان، رايك الشخصي مش هعلقلك حبل المشنقه. احنا مشكلتنا ما بنتقبلش الراي المعاكس او المخالف لينا. اختلف يبقى انت عدوي اقتلك. بتوصل لغايه القتل عندنا هنا في العرب. ما دام انت اختلفت عني في الراي ممكن اقتلك واحلل دمك وشهر بقتلك. هي دي مشكلتنا. لا يا عم، مش شيطان بس متعاطف. هو التعاطف ده كفر مثلا ده لو انا متعاطف اصلا، بس انا مش متعاطف ولا حاجه. لا انا ما بسمحش لنفسي ان انا احب عشان حد، عشان ربنا يوعدني بواحده تفقع مرارتي. انا مش مقتنع بالحب اصلا. الله ينور عليك، ربنا يوفقك يا رب. يبقى انت عندك خبرة اكتر مني، انا بس بقول تحليلات كده، الله اعلم صح ولا غلط. طب معلش يا محمد، لو انت طلعت غلط ولجنة المحلفين قالوا انه امبر على حق او هي اللي كسبت، هتبقى انت مثلا خلاص لو غلطت في تحليلك كفرت؟ لا طبعا عادي، ممكن صح وممكن تبقى غلط عادي يعني.
because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough.
طارق العتيبي تتوقع؟ مش عايز اقول عشان الناس بتزعل. مش عايز اقول يا عم، لو قلت ده انا قلت 55% امبر هتفوز، ده ده عملوا لي حبل المشنقه ويلا هنعدمك دلوقتي في ايه؟ لا يا عم خلي رايي لنفسي احسن.
Amber, his friends, everybody, but he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept.
لا يا سليم، يا سليمة، أنا لا بضخم ولا بقلل من أدلة جوني، مش بكبر من أدلة أمبر ولا دي. ده أنت حكمت عليا بسرعة، فاهمة؟ إنما الكلام ده مش حقيقي.
The defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want to.
ما الحب وما قتل، في مقولة بتقول والحب وما قتل. ممكن واحد يحب واحد بجنون لا عقليا لدرجة ان هو هيحط في دماغه يا اما تحبني يا اما اقتلك، ممكن، ولو هي كده يبقى هي غلط.
Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these.
احلى حاجة يا شباب ان احنا نبني القبول، تقبل الرأي يا شباب، شباب وبنات يعني. إيفا وعليكم السلام. هذا يسولف ولا يترجم؟ لا أنا بسولف بصراحة، أنا في الترجمة ضعيف. احنا بنتناقش كده مع بعض كده، بنتبادل رأي مع بعض يعني. آسف يا ندى، أنا ترجمت، أنا ما بعرفش أترجم يعني. أنا قلت هي نحفانة بسبب مرض، بسبب ومريضة بسبب جوني، ولا قلت بسبب الواقع اللي هي عايشاه؟ هو يا سليمة، هو احنا بنكره انا اعرفك يا سليمة مثلا، في بينا مثلا زعل وانت جاية تردي طارق فيا؟ انت ليه، انت مالك مركزة معايا قوي كده ليه؟ يعني انا طول الوقت بقول انتم منوريني وقناتي وانا بقول رأيي بس، وممكن يطلع صح وممكن يطلع غلط. طارق العتيبي تتوقع جوني؟ ممكن يكون مظلوم وممكن يكون ظالم، ممكن خرع على جوني وامبر. ليث اهو جاب لك الاخر، ليث اهو قال لك خرع على دودة، احنا مالنا؟ ممكن يكون عندها، ممكن. انا مش عارف ليه انتوا بتتخانقوا معايا ليه. انا شايف انه امبر هيرد 55% هتكسب. لو ده كفر ربنا هيتولاني بقى ويحاسبني هو بقى. انتوا زعلانين ليه؟ الكومنت متعصب جدا.
The first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults.
الكلام ده غلط يا محمد. التسجيل من قبل القضية الأولى. عشان أمبر مش عبيطة تروح تقول كلام يتسجل ضدها. طيب يا ستي ماشي، هل انت الله مثلا عارفة كل حاجة؟ هل انت نبي ليك السلطان من عند الخالق ان انت عارفة كل حاجة وجاية تخصبي علينا الصح والغلط؟ انت انسانة بتشغلي دماغك وبتجتهدي زي ما انا انسان بشغل دماغي وبجتهد. وانا مش بقول لك غصب عنك تقتنعي بكلامي، انا بقول لك ده رايي، انا حر فيه يا سليمه. مش عارف ايه مالك، هدي اعصابك، ايه الحياه مش مستاهله.
What else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I went
انا
through
مش عارف
them all.
في ايه. انت رايك ايه؟ جوني هو اللي هيفوز؟ تمام. انت صح يا ستي وانا غلط. سليمه انت صح وانا غلط. كفايه كده نقاش.
You know, no, this didn't happen to at least a couple of them, and he can't in Australia. He can't remember.
مروه الحاج ترجم كلامهم بدل ما تتكلم وتصدعنا. انا اسف بس انا قاعد في قناتي يعني، وحضرتك جايه عندي. لو انا بصدع كلامك مش عارف، مش عارف اقول لك ايه.
For somebody to do something like that, writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her.
لا والله مش معصب عليك يا سليمة، انا بقول لك انت صح وانا غلط. خلاص يعني كده تمام.
These things happened.
جوني هيفوز تمام. لو لجنة المحلفين اقرت بكده فخلاص هم فاهمين اكتر مني، انا ما بفهمش في الموضوع ده كتير، انا بحاول اجتهد بس.
That's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But we can find
ابص لشكل امبر،
Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find
مالها شكل امبر؟
Depp has done, and both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating.
عادي قاعدة طبيعي متأثرة بالقضية، طبيعي زعلانة شوية، بتحاول تمسك نفسها، شكل عادي يعني.
What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the
اديك انت قلتيها، كل واحد يقول رأيه.
down in front of her defiantly.
تمام، كل واحد يقول رأيه. مش معنى ان انت مختلفة عندي اقول لك انت متحيزة. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. مش معنى ان انت متحيزة لجوني اقول لك انت متحيزة لجوني، انت ما بتقوليش الحقيقة، انت بتضخمي في دلائل جوني وبتضعفي في دلائل امبر. انت حرة،
Until he testified truthfully
انت حرة
4 years
حضرتك.
ago,
هي دي النقطة بس.
drugs and alcohol, and he
ان كيدهن عظيم.
A
ممكن،
couple of really important things that Bruce Witkin said. One
الله
of
أعلم.
them is he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandel?"
ان كيدهن عظيم لانه الستات على مر العصور، من يعني على مر العصور طويلة
Is attacked,
تعبوا من سيطرة وفرض رأي الذكر عليهم،
destructive,
فبدأوا يفكروا بخبث وكيد. لكن الأنثى في الحقيقة زمان لما كانت بتقدر وتحترم
back when John
ما كانتش خبيثة ولا حاجة، بالعكس.
he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when they were
والله يا
so
نار،
angry.
اتنين متخاصمين وآلاف شقيانين.
Pretty important is that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober. You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to that's the
وسيدنا يوسف يعتبر حديث بالنسبة للتاريخ البشري يا أستاذي.
oh, before I go there, I want to talk
سيدنا يوسف من 3000 سنة، الحضارة المصرية فقط من 8000 سنة.
pocket to be able to find additional
يعني ما بين الحضارة اللي أنا بتكلم فيها وما بين سيدنا يوسف 5000 سنة.
LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said we don't investigate those things.
كان يدفنونه، وين الاحترام؟ كان يدفنونه. يدفنون مين؟ سيدنا يوسف ولا يدفنونه؟
NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy.
أنا مش فاهم كلامك يا سعودي السهل، يا سعود السهل.
That
وضح
umbrella
كلامك.
guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's
شكراً.
positive social media.
شكراً.
And he's putting all the negative and he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we're going to discuss
يعني الزمن بيلعب كيد تبع الناس. لا، في حركة قديمة جدا قبل حتى سيدنا يوسف انه الذكورة هم يكونوا مهيمنين، فاهم؟ من زمان جدا يعني. ومن ساعتها والنساء بقوا يدفنوا هم احياء. انا فهمت قصدك يا سعودي سهل دلوقتي والكلام ده.
the direction of the
قصده قريش يا صديقي. لا، قريش دي قريبة قبل قريش، واللي انت ما تعرفوش قريش لغاية دلوقتي موجودة في السعودية. يعني ربع السعوديين من اهل قريش اصلا، ولكن اهل السعودية على عيننا وعرسنا. مش كده، بلاش نحيز الموضوع كده يبقى محصور في مكان واحد وضيق. الموضوع قبل قريش من زمان جدا. الأنثى مضطهدة هنا بالذات في الجزيرة العربية. تمام تمام، انا فاهم، وانا برضو برد عليك عادي يعني. لما دحين بتترجموا البث ولا شو؟ لا احنا مش بنترجم البث، احنا بندردش مع بعض، لاني للاسف ما لقيتش ترجمه وتحصلتش عليها. ثانيا انا ضعيف شويه في الانجليزي، احنا بندردش مع بعض كده بس. لا الوقت الحين مش افضل ولا حاجه، هي حركه نسويه طلعت من سنه 2000 لغايه دلوقتي بتحاول ترجع حقوق المراه غصبا عن الذكر بالقانون اللي كتبه الذكر نفسه. ده هو الكيد الحقيقي. ما انا بقول يا صديقي، النساء وصلوا للمراحل دي من الخبث والكيد بسبب اللي عملوا الذكر اصلا فيهم. في قوانين ذكورية، انا هلعب بالقوانين الذكورية دي عشان اوصل لحقوقي النسوية. دي الحقيقة، وانا عذرهم، لانه لما يحترمش المرأة ما بيحترمش الرجل. زي ما بتحترم الرجل احترم المرأة. المرأة دي هي اللي خلفتك، هي اللي خليتك راجل اصلا. ما تحترمهاش يبقى انت ما تحترمش امك، يبقى انت ما تحترمش نفسك، ما تحترمش الرجالة اصلا. انا دلوقتي سليمة مثلا اهي عمالة تتخانق معايا مثلا، انا بهزر، انت ما بتتخانقيش معايا ولا حاجة، بس انا بقول مثلا لازم احترمك زي ما بحترم الراجل بالظبط، وارد عليك واقول لك في الاخر انت عندك حق وانا غلطان. ده اكتر حاجة اقدر اعملها قدام المرأة او الانثى. اكتر من كده يبقى انا انسان حقير وكلب وحيوان وما يستاهلش ان انا اكون راجل. هي دي الحقيقة. جيبي كده اي راجل بيحترم المرأة هترد عليه بايه؟ باحترام. لكن لو هو فرض عليها القمع والحاجات اللي احنا عارفينها، يعني هتقول له امك في العشة ولا طارت، هتفشخه، بس بالعقل، بالقوانين الذكورية اللي هو حطها عليها. ما هي كده. اتفقت معايا اخيرا. لا تمام على عيني وعلى راسي والله، ما فيش اي حاجة.
He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came.
أنا آسف أنا صدعتكم، بس بحاول بدردش بس مش أكتر. خلينا نركز بقى في المحاكمة بقى.
He's terrified that Amber's still in the police haven't come and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have two calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those two calls really close in proximity here. So it's not.
خالد تعالى على اليوتيوب، لأن أنا مش متابع تويتش كتير، واليوتيوب فيه عليه تفاعل وناس كتير بتكلمني، فبنسى إن أنا أرد على تويتش، فرجاء إن اللي على تويتش يجين على اليوتيوب بعد إذنكم.
Police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point.
بثك خد راحتك، وانتوا ضيوفي وعلى عيني وعلى راسي ومنوريني، لازم يعني يعني انتوا لكم
You did hear from Detective Sanders
الأهمية
on
الأكبر
the
مني.
domestic violence.
ماشي. بيتو بن، سؤال سريع: هل نحن في بداية الحرب العالمية الثالثة؟ لا لا مش هقول. ده أنا قلت رأيي إنه 55% ممكن أمبر هيرد تفوز. الناس كانت هتضربني بالنار. هقول رأيي إن إحنا بعدين أي دخل الحرب العالمية الثالثة أساسا يعني. مش عارف، بس يعني وارد إنه يحصل يا أستاذ الحرب العالمية الثالثة، وارد. ماشي. سعودي سهلي: فهمت وش من الحور حق المحامية؟ الله أعلم محمد.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him, you know, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back. And it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, you know, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs, so they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, you know, anything. She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all." So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that.
أهلا يا عبد الله. Welcome back.
You should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day,
الجلسة قربت تنتهي على فكرة.
he says in 2 different text messages that
احنا دلوقتي خلاص في نهايتها. ممكن نص ساعة وتخلص. وش اللي فات؟ فاتك نص عمرك. ده انت كنت هتيجي تلاقي داوود ميت اساسا دلوقتي. فاتك كتير يا عبد الله.
even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going and they didn't remember
والله
2 months later when they were asked about it.
بص جوني بيبص لها ازاي.
That's the next. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice.
لا مش وقت اكتر. انا البث بتاعي قرب يخش على 4 ساعات صح؟ محامين جون قعدوا ساعتين إلا 10 دقايق. بعد كده اخدوا تقريبا نص ساعة او ساعة الا تلت راحة، ودلوقتي ساعة وربع بس محامين جون. بس عشان انت بتحبي جوني كنت مستمتعة بكلام المحامين بتاعهم. بصي ده دليل اهو.
Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's
objection, Your Honor.
Somehow she wasn't.
Did you approach?
كنانة تميم: أنا مش فاهم اللي أنت بتقوليه. طيب السمنة تيجي من الأمراض النفسية؟ مش شرط السمنة تيجي من الأمراض النفسية. حسب التعب النفسي اللي أنت بتحسي بيه ممكن يأثر عليك بتخنة ممكن تأثر عليكي بسدة نفس وما تاكليش وتتعبي وترفعي، مش شرط يا كنانة.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that
هي انت كل الكلام ده
I'm saying
جوني ملاك. جوني ملاك هو
and
اللي
that's because
تعبان.
it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house.
يا رب يكسب. هو ده، بصي، هو ده الكلام الأخير. سيبك بقى من أمراضه وتخن ورفع، يقول يا رب يكسب. أنا معاك والله، متقبل. يا رب يكسب لو هو على حق، يا رب. المشكلة
Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes
أنا ما أعرف إنجليزي. الأفضلية مين؟ أنا الإنجليزي بتاعي ميت. الإنجليزي بتاعي دخل فيه قطر، بلاش قطر، دخل فيه طيارة. بس احنا بنحاول.
she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly.
بصي كاميلا بتبص للمحامية بتاعت امبر من فوق لتحت، عايزة تقوم تتخانق معاها. والله العظيم بص 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 بتبص له ازاي، عايزة تقول لها يا بنت
She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruising.
الأفضلية لمين؟ معرفش يا كحلي يوتيوب، لأن أنا قلت رأيي من شوية كانوا هيضربوني بالرصاص. أنا معرفش، الله أعلم، الله أعلم. الناس البنات اللي بتحب جوني شرسات قوي في الدفاع عن جوني، فبلاش اقول. انا كده انا كده زي الفل، الحمد لله. انا عايش.
Obviously, the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you, and that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about...
ايوه فعلا المحامي اللي قبل كده كان قوي فعلا، وانا كنت بقول كده قبل ما هو يتكلم اصلا. بس بلاش يا زو تقولي الكلام ده، عشان ممكن يعني ايه، انا خايف عليك يا بنتي والله.
From 2011 when she first started seeing Amber, and the abuse is documented in those notes is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and
Objection, Your Honor.
بص بص هتتخانق دلوقتي. انت بتمنعني عن الكلام ليه؟ اهو تعالوا بقى اللي كان بيقول يبقى اهي كاميلا برضو بتميل جنب كتف جوني. اشمعنى بقى؟ ها جوني عسل بقى، مش هندقق عليه. لو حضنها عادي بقى الدنيا جميلة. انما بص لو امبر طلعت في اسانسير، لا دي يلا ما علينا، خليني ساكت. انا بتكلم ليه اساسا؟ مشكلتنا ان احنا بنحكم بحبنا للشخص، مش بالحقيقة، مش بحيادية. عبد الله العزيز، انت احنا عرفنا خلاص، انت راجل صريح. قلت انا لا بحب ده ولا ده، انا بحب ده التالت، الطرف التالت. خلاص انت كده زي الفل، انت حبيبي، تعالى جنبي. دخلنا 4 ساعات، كمان نص ساعة الوقت هينتهي. ممكن المحاكمة كلها تنتهي اصلا، لان المفروض ده ياخد ساعتين وده ياخد ساعتين. محامين امبر ساعتين، ومحامين جوني ساعتين، وفي ما بينهم نص ساعة بريك او استراحة. كمان نص ساعة كده هيخلص وقتهم.
confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes.
أو خواتم. أميرة الله ينور عليكي، أنت ما بتصدقيش الاتنين وأنا زيك. أنا بقول الاتنين مخطئين، ولكن امبر هيرد عندها الحق في 55% إن هي تكسب، وممكن تخسر، الله أعلم. فاهم؟ ولا أتابعهما من قبل ولا أعرفهما أصلا. هما الاتنين ممكن يبقوا غلطانين. مشهور ما يعرف هنودة هو معروف جوني ديب، واللي ما يشوفش افلامه عارف اسمه يعني.
When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been.
أحمد مش كل ما امبر عندها برضه دلائل، بس احنا عشان بنحب جوني ما بنبصش للدلائل بتاعتها ولا بنعمل لها فيديوهات، فاهم؟ فكده يعني، فبنصدق جوني أكتر. حتى امبر محترمة، ما حولها واحد حلو يروح ويجي معاها. والله شفت ازاي؟ وهذا المجرم جوني مرة مع كميلة ومرة مع واحدة تانية، حتى المحامي تبعها مستر بن ما سلم منه. لا يا ستي، ما يا كنانة، أنا قلت إنه أمبر تفوز، أنا ما قلتش حاجة، أعوذ بالله. امبر تزج على سريره. بصي انا فهمت قصدك ايه. هي بتقول انه الكلب عمل كده، وهو بيقول انه هي اللي عملت كده. معلش واقعيا كده، تعال نفكر فيها بواقعية شوية. مين اللي يجيله نفس يعمل بيبيع على السرير؟ مين البني آدم السوي اللي يفكر كده حتى لو هو مجنون يا سيدي؟ مين يحب يعمل بيبيع على السرير وينام فيه؟ مين؟ ده حتى المجنون ما يعملهاش. بس كلب ممكن. ليش ما حللوه؟ ما فيش تحليل، ما فيش دليل انه هو بتاعها او بتاع الكلب، ما فيش دليل على كده، ما فيش تحليلات. امبر يجي لها نفس مروه، انت عشان بنت تمام ويعني بتحبوا جوني ديب، فالطبيعي ان انتوا تقولوا الكلام ده، لكن واقعيا وعقليا لا، مش تصرف طبيعي. انت ايه؟ انت دي يعني ايه؟ انت يعني ايوه انا ايه؟ مش فاهم. سهول السعودي يمكن ما تبيه ينام عندها، ما هي كده هي نفسها مش هتعرف تنام. يعني انا مثلا عايز مراتي ما تنامش جنبي، ده لو انا متجوز يعني، اروح اعمل بيبي على السرير، انا نفسي مش عارف انام على السرير بعد كده. هي عليا وعلى اعدائي مثلا. لا مش كل الشهود والادعاءات مع جوني، ما في شهود وادعاءات ودلائل ضد جوني، ودلائل واقعية جدا. المكياج اللي قالت ان هو 2016 وطلع ان هو 2017. بص يا صديقي، شركة ديور بتاعت النظارات، ديور معروفة مش محتاج ان انا اعرفها. ليها نفوذ كبيرة زي شركة ديزني مثلا. لما تيجي شركة صغيرة سينمائية هتحب ان هي تجمل مع شركة فوكس او ديزني او دي سي، فاهم؟ فالشركة المصنعة للمكياج ممكن تخدم لشركة ديور. هتقولي طب ايه دخل ديور بجوني؟ اقول لك لا، ديور دي هي الوحيدة اللي كانت بتراهن على جوني ان هو يكسب وكانت بتدعمه، وهي الوحيدة اللي ما قطعتش اعمالها مع جوني ديب. فدي لعبة كده، مفيش حاجة تأكد انه المكياج ده ما كانش موجود في 2016.
Now she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit.
والله يا امير، والله يتصالحوا كده، كل واحد يروح في حاله ويبعدوا عن دماغنا، احنا صدعنا. الولاد صافين مع امبر والبنات مع جوني. 90% يا أميرة صح، اديك اعترفت اهو. كذب وغباء. ممكن مش عارف انت قصدك مين اساسا. ماشي. ايوه ديور شركة نظارات، كيكي ولا مش عارف اسمها ايه الثانية، شركة مكياج بيطبلوا لبعض. مصالح يا استاذي، المصالح بتوقف الحروب، مش بتكذب فقط. سعودي السهلي، انا مع جوني وانا بحب جوني والله، بس انا لا معاه ولا مع امبر. كمان شوية هتخلص. لا الشركة ما طلعتش اتكلمت بشكل رسمي، ما طلعتش اتكلمت بشكل رسمي. دي واحدة من الموظفين اللي جوه قالت عبارة عن فيديو ان المنتج ده اصدار 2017 بس كده. يعني جابت ورقة من جورنان ولا جريدة ولا ما اعرفش ايه كده، ورقة. انا شفت الفيديو ده مش اعتراف.
Is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't
تدافع ومنحاز، محامي الشيطان صح؟ هقلب ابليس كمان شوية في طيب دلوقتي انت قلت لي الكلام ده ودافعت عن جوني، ينفع اطلع انا اقول ان انت متحازة لجوني ومش عارف ايه واجرح فيكي؟ لا ما ينفعش، انا ما تربيتش على كده الصراحة. طيب ويش تبي يعني اكتر؟ مش عايز حاجة والله يا صديقي، انا مش عايز حاجة، انا بس بتكلم كده. يعني انتوا شايفيني هروح دلوقتي بطيارة خاصة المحكمة، يلا امبر هيرد هي اللي فازت وتوظف المحامين والقاضين وروحوا؟ رأي عادي. طيب قطع الصبعة.
young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her.
غلا
Lord use her, even though they've kept her on from
غلال.
She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed.
وارد ان انا اكون بقول حاجة غلط، وارد. مفيش حد فينا ملاك، وارد. احنا لو نقتنع كلنا انه اي حد فينا ممكن يغلط هنرتاح. معلوماتي غلط، وارد. انتي زج اهو دخلنا في شتايم بقى وهنضرب بعض. رجاء يا شباب ما حدش يكتب كلام مسيء لاي حد.
For the stand, she wasn't allowed to. She hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie, and then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators, who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used
بي والله كنت بحاول اترجم، لقيت انه كلام المحامية دي بالذات مش مهم اهو، عشان بس ما تقولوش ان انا بدافع عن امبر. بوب انا في الانجليزي 0 على الشمال، حلو، الانجليزي بتاعي ضايع. لما جيت احاول اترجم ترجمت شويه حاجات المهمه، انما كلام المحاميه دي دلوقتي لا مهم ولا في دلائل ولا بتعرض نظريات ودلائل ولا اعتراضات ولا اي حاجه، كلام مالوش اي لازمه. فاحنا دلوقتي مستنيين الحكم النهائي كلنا.
Every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave for God's sake.
والله جوني ديب راح ينتصر عليها. هو مش داخل في حرب معاها يا صفاء، بس اوكي اتس اوكي ماشي.
As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now Johnny Depp sued
الله يكتم أنفسها.
for $50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, and we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine.
والله 4 ساعات.
The evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully
حج روح يقعد يستحي.
compensate Amber for every
الساعة كام يا رنا؟ ما فيش كلام أكيد، ما فيش موعد مؤكد. احنا بننتظر، ممكن في أي لحظة يطلق الحكم وممكن يقولك تأجيل وربنا يشفينا احنا كلنا بقى بعد الجلطة اللي هتجيلنا بقى. ها ايه
Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch,
ده هيقعدوا ساعة إلا ربع.
rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
هيقعدوا بقى يعني 40 دقيقة كده، ساعة إلا ربع كده ولا حاجة، وهيرجعوا تاني. ايش رايك انت تاني؟ انتوا الستات انا بقيت اخاف منكم. مش هقول رأيي، مش هقول. ده انتوا ممكن تطلعوني كافر في الاخر. مش هقول. لا يا صفا، يا صفا ما انا كنت بقول رأيي. كانوا حصل هجوم صعب جدا من البنات. كلكم بتحبوا جوني.
Just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay? I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right, thank you. All right.
يمكن الفوز لامبر. انت بتاع اخت امبر، انا عارفك انت. ماشي، عموما احنا كده. I love you جوني. يا جوني. انت ميليسا كيم. I love you جوني. ماشي. طيب يا شباب، احنا كده هنستنى بقى لغاية ما تيجي المحاكمة. ناخد بريك كده بسيط، واول ما ترجع هرجع البث على طول.
More than just physical. He talked about the words and emotional abuse.
Fox, I think Johnny Depp will win the case. I hope. We all hope this. But okay. We see. وين يا طعمية؟ طعمية دي مش عارف هي انتوا بتقوليها بس ايه يعني اهانة ولا ايه، بس قشطة يعني عادي مش مشكلة، هعمل نفسي مش واخد بالي. مين اللي فاز؟ محدش لسه فاز واحنا بننتظر. تقريبا المحاكمة هتبدأ بعد 3 دقايق، هم قالوا بعد 3 دقايق، بعد كده ما جابوهاش يعني، ادينا بنشوف. في ترجمة؟ والله لا، انا ما فيش ترجمة، بس احنا ايه بندردش كده مع بعض على اساس نشوف انه ايه، بنحاول نفهم كده مع بعض. بس انا الانجليزي بتاعي صعب، ما ينفعش ان انا اترجم يعني. بعد 3 دقايق او قربت خلاص، دقيقتين. ممكن، وممكن تكون لا. اذا فهمت شيء اكتبه اني. طيب ماشي يا علي، يا ريت، كتر خيرك يعني. انت وفي يعني كذا حد، يعني كلنا مع بعض كده اسرة في بعضينا يعني، بس بالمختصر. ماشي ماشي، ما هو ده المهم. يس خلاص قربت على دقيقة. شو صار الآن بينهم؟ كل واحد فيهم دلوقتي بيدلي بآخر شهادات عنده، ولجنة التحليف هي اللي تحلف علينا. هي اللي هتصدر الحكم النهائي، ممكن النهاردة، ممكن الأيام الجاية. طيب تقريبا كده المحاكمة هتبدأ. يلا لا مش هتبدأ، العالم دول بيزولونا كل شوية، يقولك هتبدأ وما تبدأش. ولاد لسه هننتظر شوية. كنانة متشكر جدا للتوضيح، لانه انا وصلت لي كلمة طعمية دي حسيت ان هي فيها اهانة، بس انا حتى ما مسحتش المسج بتاعتها، لان انا قلت ما اعرفش، مش متأكد هي بتهزر ولا بتكتبها بجد، وهي يعني فاهمة. بس قشطة، ما دام انت كده انت وضحتي انه ده هزار، فما فيش مشاكل، عادي قشطة مقبولة. محامين امبر يطالبون تعويض 100 مليون على الأضرار النفسية والمهنية لامبر، لأن صار عليها تهديد بالقتل. أنا شفت الكلام. شوف أنت شوف يا علي الكلام ده، أنا لما جيت أشرحه للبنات اللي في بيتفرجوا عليا كانوا هيضربوني بالنار. يعني حتة التهديد بالقتل دي هم لا مش هيعترفوا بيها، يقول لك ده امبر بتكذب.
ليه تكذب اصلا في وقت زي ده؟ ما تعرفش. اللي اخراه ومحامي امبر مرض نفسيين، ايه، واللي جابتهم شهود مرض نفسيين ايضا. ما بسيتك. يعني ايه بسيتك؟ بس قطة يعني انا ولا ايه؟ دي مسحة. ما سبيتك. ما سبيتك. ماشي، ما فيش مشاكل. قشطة، عادي. ديد بول. توقعك مين راح يفوز؟ لا مش هقول. يا روح ما بعدك روح. هموت النهارده لو قلت الكلام ده. هلاو نور ماجد، نورتينا في القناة. لا لا لا، مو التهديد من جوني، لكن الرأي العام. ايوه ما انا عارف انه التهديد مش من جوني نفسه، انا عارف. بس النهارده محامي امبر طلع رسالة انه جوني ديب كان بيتوعد بالقتل، يعني فاهم. انا اقول الافضلية الجوني، فديتك العسل، الله يكرمك. الافضلية الجوني. لا انا متوقع انه اكتر من 50% لامبر. ده توقعاتي، والله اعلم، الله اعلم، اني لا ادري. طلال عمرو، اهلا بيك. ايش الموضوع؟ الموضوع انه احنا نتفرج على قضية جوني ديب مع امبر، هذا هو الموضوع. كل شوية يقولوا وما يجيش، حاجة مستفزة. طيب يا شباب، احنا بدل ما نستنى وننتظر الاستراحة يمتى تخلص، بدل ما ننتظر تعالى نبص نبص على تقرير كده من قناة فوكس، تمام، بتشرح مواقف كده من يعني عملت فيديوهات كده كأنها بتشرح مواقف لجوني ديب وكده يعني، تمام. تعال نتفرج عليها مع بعض. هي كلها 8 دقايق نتفرج مع بعض كده. وللأسف دي مفيش ترجمة، فأستاذ علي بقى يحاول يترجم لنا على قد ما نقدر. طيب يلا. تمام. دي احنا كده شايفين، انتوا كده شايفين معايا صح؟ انتوا كده شايفين صح؟ تمام. دي احنا كده جو يدخلوا للقاعة، وجو دخلوا القاعة لسه. لو دخلوا القاعة انا هشوف هنا على طول. طيب تعال نبص كده على الفيديو ده ونسمع ايه الكلام اللي بيتقال.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time,
sorry.
we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world,
اوكي هعلي الصوت حاضر.
having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that.
ابني في الميكرويف.
Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment, in the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media, and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake, I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules.
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow, for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack
it.
of foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled. Good.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my...
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
شكرا لك يا علي على مجهودك. انت بتفهمنا على قد ما نقدر.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
طيب وبعد ما انتهت حملة الهجوم على امبر نخش على الفيديو اللي بعده لأن المحكمة لسه ما اتعملتش. ده حتى المتصفح زعل، أقسم بالله حتى المتصفح زعل.
Grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand.
طيب الجلسة دي أو اللحظة دي كانت من النهاردة فتبقى لحظة قوية، فهنحاول إن احنا نترجمها. ماشي هنحاول دلوقتي نشغل ده ونشوف.
Grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Ms. Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse. And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. He went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, we're talking about a hoax. The next day, she went on James Corden, and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Ms. Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from. I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house, and to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory, which is where she details a lot of this, and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says, it actually does on page 64, and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse, it's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party, where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away, on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, well, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, "You cut me or I will." You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't, because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, "I want her replaced on that WB film." Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove, or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the